Ollie.
Light the candle in our dining room, we light the candle near the window, we light the candle in a public beach. We light the candles everywhere because we want to spread that light. And that light was last night by terrorists trying to put out that light. We're not going to allow them to put out that light. Tonight we're going to light 2 candles, and tomorrow night we're going to light 3 candles, because that's the way we do things. That's the way we as a community hold together, support each other, and stick to the mission of making the world a better place.
And your brother-in-law was the rabbi who was killed, wasn't he?
Yes, he was.
Yeah. Can you just tell us about him?
So Rabbi Eli was really a beautiful man. He was a person who loved everybody, who didn't judge anybody. He would learn with anybody. He would visit anybody, whether it was in hospital, whether it was even in prison, wherever it was. He just had this incredible love for people and would connect with people, and people loved him. People would gather around him. His birthday party, hundreds of people would come to celebrate with him because he was just such a positive guy, had such wonderful energy around him, and unfortunately he's gone.
Yeah, and how is his
Well, I'm part of the family, so, we're devastated. But we're holding together, and somehow we're going to have to get through it.
What's the Jewish tradition in terms of what happens now? What will happen now for the people who are affected by this?
So direct families, there's a process to get to the point of a funeral, and then within Jewish tradition, the mourning process is actually contained, if you like. There's a 7-day process, there's a 30-day process, 11 months, etc., which gives you really a transition through that mourning period and back into to regular life. So it's quite special within the Jewish religion, and it's time, particularly during the first 7 days after the funeral, where friends and family come and they pray together in the home, etc. So it's very much about community and support.
Some people we've spoken to this morning have said, given what has happened over the past, a year and a half, and events in Sydney, that this is not a surprise. Do you share that feeling?
Look, we're not happy about what's happened, and all those things that we've been saying are concerns, have been concerns, and are still concerns. Am I surprised? Absolutely. I never thought that we would see something like that in this country.
Yeah.
So I'm absolutely surprised. Do I think that those things need to be relooked? Absolutely. We need to really have a good, hard think about how we deal with social media, how we deal with messaging, what we tolerate, whether it's in the name of free speech or otherwise. We really need to have a strong think about it, because this is just unacceptable on any level. I think there's probably a lot that the government needs to do, but I think it needs real consultation, needs to bring people together, needs to look at all the different balancing things, because there are different communities that have different needs and different wants, etc. So you can't sort of say, well, our community is the only community and it's all about us. There's other communities as well. So we need to work with everybody, but there's no question that the hate and messaging and the social media and all this kind of hate stuff, it's got to stop. Okay.
Yeah, so that's religious ritual in the Jewish faith, but and I can't quite remember what it actually signifies. But it's obviously with the rabbi who's telling him what to do. obviously an official from the police, but something. Yeah.
of executive jury.
There we go. Yeah, I'm just sitting. Sorry?
James going deep fitting?
Yeah.
No.
Not me.
No. He's already in there. Where's Matt? Wait, Matt. We've got to go off the shoulder. Yeah. Yep. Alright, well, I've got my jumping on the side. Sorry, well, it's just taking a moment.
William Nemesh. Wait, we have Merritt Way.
Can you just describe just this morning the mood amongst your local community here?
Yeah.
And what happened last night?
Our community is in shock and mourning. I mean, this is an unspeakable tragedy that has occurred. A deliberate terrorist attack, a cowardly attack targeting innocents during the first night of Hanukkah. It was a targeted attack against the Jewish community, and people are still in shock. We are tight-knit, we're close. Everybody knows somebody who has been affected, and it truly is devastating.
And you're Jewish yourself, aren't you?
I am.
What about in terms of a couple of people we've spoken to this morning said, to them it's not too much of a surprise. Something horrific has happened, given what's been happening in Australia for the past 18 months. What is your thought?
I mean, it's devastating to think that people have felt that. Certainly there has been some community sentiment that the Jewish community has not felt safe, particularly after October 7 and for some time. But this is just, beyond what anyone thought was possible and could happen down in Bondi Beach.
Yeah, I was going to say, what's the significance of this happening on Hanukkah in Bondi? It's a well-known Jewish area. It's all, one of Australia's most famous landmarks. That adds extra significance to it too.
It does. The police are undertaking their investigation, but the Prime Minister has said this is a terrorist attack targeting the Jewish community. It's no coincidence that it occurred on the first night of Hanukkah, a joyous festival that's about bringing light into the world, and that light triumphs darkness. I think that message still needs to resonate, but at the moment we just have to be there to support one another during this time.
Do you think the community is looking for sort of, the brighter sparks now since then? There's a lot of people out here, there's a lot of people, giving support. Is that being seen as a positive?
It is, and I've had an outswell of support locally, nationally, but also internationally, of people trying to reach out, understand how we are doing in this community, and saying that they're here in solidarity to support us no matter what, that the Jewish community is not alone, that the Australian community is not alone. And I think that's really important to know. But right now, thoughts and prayers are with the victims, the families, those still in hospital. And on that note, I also want to just put out the call. I think the Premier mentioned as well, we need more blood. There are over 40 victims lying in hospital beds. If you can give blood today, please do so.
Yeah. What about, I know it's very early days, but in terms of freedom of speech and things like that, is that something you think the government needs to look at in any kind of way?
I think today it's about coming together and supporting each other. There will be conversations in days to come about what happened and what needs to happen moving forward. But today and tomorrow, it is really going to be about supporting one another and particularly those that have been directly impacted.
All right, well, thank you so much.
I don't know. Oh, really? Yeah. Okay. I'll go find. Yeah. Thanks. He's over there.
My partner and I were doubling on a Vespa. We were going a kilometre down the road to my brother's house, and we usually go straight out of our street, but there was just too much traffic, so we turned right onto the promenade. And we were in standstill traffic just because there was pedestrian crossing, so we were behind 3 cars. And for some reason, we were just people watching, and we were both looking out. We were about 3 metres away from one of the, we didn't know he was a shooter at the time. And I thought he was getting out of the back of an Uber because he got out the back left-hand door. And for a split second, I felt sorry for him. I thought he was tripping and picking up his crutches. So that's what I thought he was picking up off the ground. Like, result, the poor guy's tripped crutches, and he just picks up. I saw like 2, and then he just picks up 1, and it's this huge rifle, and just instantly shoots towards that way. It wasn't at the kind of in front of the bridge. He shoots that way. There's hundreds of people at the bus stop, and I just said to me, "I would just drive." He has a gun, so Tommy just takes off. I just think I'm going to get shot in the back, so I didn't want to scream until we leg it. And we normally come up this way, and instead we went all the way down the promenade to the south end, just screaming the whole way down, run, run, like I've lost my voice, just screaming the whole way down. And then once we got to the back streets, we just kept screaming at everyone, like, get inside. And yeah, that once we got to my brother's house, it wasn't even on the news yet because it was still happening. Yeah, we were just there for about 3 or 4 hours. Our streets, just there, so our streets. When I was screaming at everyone, I was thinking, oh, there was a festival, because we drove past the festival, and we thought, oh, Christmas markets or something. We didn't know it was Hanukkah. And I just go, in my head, I'm like, if it's firecrackers or if it's a cap gun, and it's just someone from the festival, I'd rather be wrong and yell at people, get in trouble, than like, if I'm right, I go tell everyone to run. I had my phone in my hand, and I thought to call 2-0, and I go, everyone else is going to be cool, I just have to tell people to run. But still, to like when I got to the house and it wasn't on the news yet, I thought it wasn't. I was like, oh, maybe I was wrong. I thought maybe I was wrong, and it did, like, it was fireworks or firecrackers or anything. But I know what I saw. I saw him shoot the gun, and it just all hell broke loose. There's just people everywhere, kids everywhere, kids screaming. Yeah, everywhere. Yeah, it was horrible. Alright, thank you.
a lot of water. Yeah, it's not that's great. Yeah, I don't know. Oh, yeah, they go down. They're not doing well. Yeah, I'm pretty sure he's just been moving around. He has. So, yeah. There's Crazy Joe. Yeah. I saw one of the young.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. This morning I spoke about the recommencement of our operation to make sure that we support the Jewish community, make sure that we have confidence in the Jewish community. There are over 320 police being deployed today. We will continue to increase that number to make sure that the Jewish community feels safe, know that police are there to protect them and they can go about their life. The type of atrocities we saw yesterday can't be tolerated, and it's not fair that any section of the community cannot go around their usual way of life. I understand, and the New South Wales Police understand, the fear that is currently within that community, and I think it's really important that we show the resolute support for the community so that they can go around their way of life. This morning I've had the opportunity to visit the families and the officers who were injured yesterday. Both sets of families go around their way of life. This morning I've had the opportunity to visit the families and the officers who were injured yesterday. Both sets of families of the support they are getting from the police family. One of the important things about this is the way that the New South Wales Police Force has come together to make sure that we support each other and support those brave officers who went forward yesterday. There are many, many stories of bravery from members of the community as well. And I really want to acknowledge the work that was done yesterday. We know that a number of people are alive now because of the actions of innocent bystanders, and I thank them for the work that they're doing. Our investigation under Operation ARCS is continuing. I'll only provide limited updates on that. What's really important is to say that we do have a 24-year-old male in hospital at the moment. Based on his medical condition, it is likely that that person may face criminal charges. I'm very mindful of not prejudicing any prosecution of that person if they're put before the court. Very happy to take questions later on. Might hand over to the Premier. Can I just say I have reiterated this message several times in the past press conferences. This is a time for calm. Retribution or acts against any part of any community will not be accepted. We will have a significant policing presence. This is a time for the community to come together. This is a time that police will take action to make sure the community feels safe. This is not what we expect in New South Wales, these types of actions. What we saw yesterday is abhorrent. We have taken firm action. We are keen to make sure the community now heals. Very happy to take questions later. Thank you.
Thanks, Commissioner. Thanks all for being here this afternoon. Obviously, a very trying day in Sydney. This morning, with the Treasurer and the Minister for Multiculturalism, I met with Jewish community leaders, spoke with several of them on the phone, and reiterated the public's unswerving support of that community during this incredibly dark hour, and to let them know that the people of Australia are behind them and are with them and are grieving with them today. This is a shocking act of violence, as we've said, and it needs to be met with an overwhelming government, community and police response. Operation Shelter will be overwhelming, and it may be inconvenient for people in the coming days, but we need to send a clear message to the people of this state and those in that affected community that have seen so much violence and damage, that New South Wales Police are there to protect them, to keep them safe, and that they've got every right to celebrate their faith and enjoy this festive period free from the profound worry and sadness associated with this horrible violence. A few things I'll just get to before I hand over to the Police Minister. A memorial site's been established at the rear of the Bondi Pavilion. I've noticed that people are already laying flowers at that site. We'd encourage members of the community to do that. It's encouraging to see record inquiries and massive lines at blood donation services across New South Wales. Please be patient if you'd like to make that act of civic duty, but it is warmly welcomed and it will go to a good cause. It's something practical that you can do in response to this terrible act. The New South Wales Crisis Cabinet meeting, committee I should say, met last night. It'll meet again this afternoon and daily after that. National Cabinet's Crisis Committee meeting will meet as well this afternoon, and myself and the Police Commissioner will be on that with national security officials. We'll meet the National Security Committee this afternoon. We're urging people, if they have information or they'd like information, to contact the Public Information and Inquiry Centre. It's open and is operating 24/7 on 1800 227 228. The Public Information and Inquiry Centre will answer general queries and also register for people who are forced to leave personal possessions in the immediate vicinity that may be still under police protection or a police block. We know that there's cars, wallets and phones that are in that area. That's the best number to call to retrieve your personal belongings. Operation Shelter, as the Police Commissioner has said, is up and operational, but that will be beefed up in the coming days. Bondi Beach public school remains closed because of its proximity to the scene. School counselling services have been arranged at nearby public schools, and I understand that Premier's Department counsellors are on site with a vest if people need immediate emergency mental health support or counselling. They're working on setting up a static operation on site in Bondi if you need that help and support, as no doubt the community will. Having spoken to Jewish community leaders today, they're reeling and in crisis, and obviously many of them are incredibly distressed at what they've seen. The latest information is 15 innocent people are dead. One of the perpetrators is dead, 16 in total. 38 people remain in New South Wales hospitals being treated, and that's all I'll say right now. I'll hand over to the Police Minister.
Thanks so much, Premier. As the Premier just said, the Premier's counsellors are out on site, and I've just come back from Bondi, and I can honestly say how valuable their contribution is, stopping not only officers but just generally people who are out there, and they really are having a big impact. So important that we get that message out. If you need to speak to someone, we do actually have that operation out there. We've got experts out there wanting to help. Also went out to see the police and to thank the police out there. We have police from commands right across metropolitan Sydney out and Bondi at the moment, around that area. And again, you know, like only too often, the police got a phone call this morning who were on today at 4:15 and were directed to go straight out there, and not a hesitation. No hesitation whatsoever. The Blue family is really all behind each other. They're behind the community, and they are only too happy to be of assistance in keeping our community safe. I spoke with some Jewish leaders out there. They were so thankful of the police and the work that they've been doing. As we well know, the relationship between the Jewish community and the New South Wales Police is strong, and they have been working hand in glove with CSG and our Jewish leaders for a couple of years now, given the circumstances that we have been in that community. I also just wanted to advise you that last night the Premier and I were over at Bondi. We went to the police station, and there were at least 50, 60 police officers there. Most of them weren't on duty. They just heard the event, put their uniform on, got in their car and drove to Bondi Police Station because they knew they'd be needed. We had them not just from their PAT, their locals, as far as Newcastle, Sutherland, Western Sydney, you name it. The police here in New South Wales do a great job, and they are here to support each other, they're here to support our community, and we're very thankful for that.
We're all happy to take questions.
Commissioner, the ABC has reported that the youngest shooter was under investigation by ASIO 6 years ago with connections to a Sydney-based Islamic State terror group. Were any red flags raised within the police about his father's gun licence with 6 registered serious firearms, given they have known connections to Islamic State?
I certainly can't talk about what information the Commonwealth may have had, but certainly in terms of a firearms licence, the Firearms Registry conduct a thorough examination of all applications, to ensure a person is fit and proper to hold a firearms licence.
But does that include associations with their family members?
It absolutely can, depending on the nature of the association, depending on the nature of the intelligence that's there. They have to weigh up all of those things in accordance with the Firearms Act.
And do they have access
to be changed? Premier, how can we change the gun law so a man in suburbia doesn't have 6 licensed firearms? He's not a farmer after all.
Yeah, well, look, we're looking at that as we speak. I think it's time that we have a change to the law in relation to the firearms legislation in New South Wales, but I'm not ready to announce it today. We want to make sure that prospective reform and change in New South Wales has a lasting impact, but it's not the last time I'll be mentioning it, and you can expect action soon.
Why was he granted a firearm licence?
I can't answer that question.
Do we have that information on hand, Commissioner?
Because he met the eligibility criteria for a firearms licence. So the firearms licence was to be for a recreational hunting licence. There are 2 types of hunting licence, the ability to hunt on a property or also as part of a hunting club, so a gun club. He was a member of a gun club and was entitled, by nature of the Firearms Act, to have a firearms licence issued. Sorry, just one at a time, please.
Which gun club was that?
Pardon?
Do we know which gun club?
I don't have those details with me at the moment.
Commissioner, what category of gun licence did he hold? I understand the different categories allow you to register different types of firearms.
He had a Category A/B licence, which entitled him to have the long arms that he had as registered firearms.
Commissioner, does the New South Wales Firearms Registry talk to federal authorities? Like, would they have known what ASIO knew about his son?
Depending on the nature of it, and as I said this morning, that's very much under investigation at the moment. We want to understand whether the person was, and certainly by criteria, he was eligible to hold a firearms licence. We do take into account all intelligence that's available, so yes, we certainly do that.
And does the New South Wales Police have any discussion with ASIO regarding their investigations into the 24-year-old individual?
We work very closely with all Commonwealth agencies. As I said, I'm not going to go into what information ASIO may have held. We will work closely with the Commonwealth.
Premier, do you have concerns that this might be a case of federal agencies not talking to New South Wales Police, and are you going to raise that concern this afternoon?
Look, I mean, I think it's reasonable in the circumstances to allow a full investigation and an inquiry to take place. There's a sequence here that's important. Firstly, community safety. Secondly, the investigation. There's an offender in custody. That prosecution is hugely important in terms of justice for the victims. And of course, a comprehensive investigation as to what went wrong. What could we do better? Is there better lines of communication? I'm not in a position now to criticise it, and I think it wouldn't be the right thing to do within 24 hours of this shocking, violent attack to be pronouncing failures here without the aid of an independent investigation. What I can promise is that's exactly what we will provide here in New South Wales. It's important that we get all the information on the table, and I want to make it clear we will act on those recommendations.
Josh Frydenberg, the former Treasurer, has said...
The Hanukkah event last night, is it true that private security there weren't allowed to hold firearms?
Sorry?
Was it a user-pays event? Can you tell us maybe how many police, or what was the police presence in the area at the time of the event, and how seriously did police take any, I guess, potential security concern at the event?
Police always take safety personally. We are always mindful of community safety. There were active taskings for the local police area commander to be down there. In fact, the police area commander had been down there through the location. So it's one of those ones, we work closely with the security group, the Jewish security group, CSG, and then make sure that we have a policing presence that is there. I think what I can say, and the reassurance I can give the community, is the prompt response by police indicates very clearly that police take security safe.
Can you just give us a timetable of when the first police shots were fired, when how long did it go on for, and when were the shooters taken out?
No, I can't give you that right at the moment. That's obviously part of the investigation. What I've said is that there were police at the scene at the time. Police responded promptly. I think we have seen very clearly on footage the bravery of officers and members of the public who took very prompt action to resolve this matter.
How many police were specifically stationed at the Honecker by-the-Sea event?
As I said, it was taskings, so police from the Police Area Command and other police that we have within the metropolitan area will move around that event. So it's an active tasking to be around the event.
How many officers would have been stationed at that event?
I don't have the exact number. As I said, they were tasking, so officers are continually going through that location. There were certainly officers there at the time when the incident occurred and responded very promptly.
Do you think there should have been more there, given the climate of anti-Semitism at the moment?
Look, I think in terms of the risk assessment, we certainly work closely with the Jewish community. I've made it really clear that there was no specific intelligence in relation to the incident itself. We responded very promptly.
Commissioner, are you able to confirm that a black Shahada flag was found either laid out on the bonnet of the car or inside the car? That's what the ABC has been told by other police sources.
Yeah, that's very much part of the investigation. At this stage, I'm not prepared to confirm any of that. Further information will be provided. I think I've also made it quite clear with a person who is currently in hospital at the moment who may well face criminal charges. It's important that I don't prejudice any prosecution.
How would you describe the police response, Commissioner? How would you describe the act of bravery of officers?
I think that's been really clear. I think anyone who has seen the footage will have seen police going forward to take positive action. It would have been an incredibly chaotic and terrifying scene, even for well-trained police officers. The fact that two persons had long arms and were indiscriminately firing them says that the act of bravery about going forward is something we should all celebrate. The police went forward, took very positive action, resolved the matter again with some outstanding bravery by members of the public.
Who's in charge of the investigation and how will it work and where will it be based out of?
There's several investigations underway at the moment. I spoke this morning. The Joint Counter-Terrorism investigation will be led by our Counter-Terrorism Command with our Commonwealth agencies. At the same time, there is a critical incident investigation because we know that police fired a number of shots which resulted in the death of a person and also the injury to a second offender. So there are a range of investigations underway at the moment.
Commissioner, Josh Frydenberg saying that the police failed the Jewish community knowing it was the first day of Hanukkah.
Look, I respect a person having an opinion, but I've been really clear. Our police responded promptly. Our police respond very promptly. We work closely with the Jewish community. We are very attuned with providing support to the Jewish community.
Commissioner, what can you tell us about and not private security or anyone else involved?
What I can say to you is that's currently part of the investigation. Obviously, that's something that will come through pathologist investigation, but also forensics and ballistics investigation. That is part of an active investigation.
Without divulging the ideologies or any symbols of the scene, was the flag recovered? What evidence was taken away from the scene linked to those gunmen?
Last night, I declared a terrorist incident at 9:36 p.m. because I was satisfied, based on the circumstances, based on what was located at the scene, based on the fact that it was the first day of Hanukkah and what appeared to be a deliberate shooting towards members of the Jewish community, that it was a terrorist act. I'm not going to go into individual pieces of evidence. They are subject to the investigation. I want to make sure that we do a very thorough and transparent investigation, which is what our police are doing at the moment.
Commissioner, were the gunmen Australian citizens, and if not, can you tell us how long they've been in Australia for?
I'm not prepared to comment on that at the moment. That's all part of the
Is
investigation.
there anything more you know about the two shooters that you can divulge to us?
I divulged this morning that they are both a father and a son. They have obviously a connection for quite a period of time within Australia. The father has held a firearms licence since 2015. We are very much working through the background of both persons. At this stage, we know very little about them.
Has anything come up on social media?
Oh, there's a lot of things on social media.
Regarding their social media and potential identity?
No, that's part of the investigation. So you can imagine we have significant evidence that we're going through at the moment, whether it's CCTV, whether it's social media. We stood up Operation Shelter at the moment. They will actually scrape through social media as well as the investigators. We're keen to find out any evidence that may be available. If people do have information or evidence, we ask that they contact Crime Stoppers on 1800 333 000. We would like every bit of evidence.
Commissioner, in April of this year, your predecessor said that the relationship and information sharing between the Australian Federal Police and the New South Wales Police on counter-terrorism needed to be reviewed and improved. Since that time, how has that relationship been reviewed and improved?
I think both organisations work very closely together and very well. It is too premature in relation to this specific incident to talk about the information sharing. The Australian Federal Police and the New South Wales Police obviously work within joint counter-terrorism arrangements. We are committed as both agencies, and I've spoken to the Federal Police Commissioner, to make sure we work closely. Together, we keep the community safer. So I'm very confident that both agencies are working together.
Well, Premier, we've got this incident yesterday where the shooter had a gun licence. John Edwards, Jack Eltis, a neo-Nazi, until recently had a gun licence. Clearly, New South Wales has a checkered recent history with people with gun licences committing criminal acts. Doesn't our gun registry laws need to change? What can you do now to ensure this doesn't happen again?
I mean, the short answer is yes. They need to change, and they can change. It does require legislation, and it means introducing a bill to Parliament to, to be really blunt, make it more difficult to get these horrifying weapons that have no practical use in our community. If you're not a farmer, if you're not involved in agriculture, why do you need these massive weapons that put the public in danger and make life dangerous and difficult for New South Wales Police? So I understand, of course I understand, the genuine desire to have information about how the law will change. We're less than 24 hours into this horrifying crime. I want to make sure that legislation and reform that we bring to Parliament makes a big difference, but that's exactly my intention, and my colleagues feel exactly the same way.
Premier, what about an audit of current firearm licence holders to determine whether the people who currently have a licence still need one, considering that we had a man in suburban Sydney with 6 firearms?
Yeah, I mean, that has been flagged by New South Wales Police as an issue because the granting of a firearms licence in perpetuity is clearly not fit for purpose when you consider that someone might have committed an offence, put themselves in a situation where they're considered by police vulnerable to a criminal act. We need to make sure the firearms legislation in New South Wales is fit for purpose. That does mean restricting firearms for the general public, for the people of New South Wales, but not everybody needs these weapons of mass destruction. You don't need them on New South Wales streets. So we will be looking at change. But I understand you want details. That's completely understandable. You're going to have to give me some time to get the legislation drafted so that we can do it in an appropriate way, in a way that will make a difference.
Will you consider recalling Parliament to make those changes?
Premier, can I ask, will the Opera House be lit up this week to honour the victims?
We're working with the Jewish community about appropriate reflections and memorials, and we'll have more to say about that soon.
Is that an appropriate memorial?
It may well be, but I'm not ready to announce it.
Will the government consider changes to New Year's Eve celebrations and consider increased security given the threats that are circulating online about potential additional violent events, and Commissioner, is police aware of those threats being made online?
Look, of course that's a massive issue. New South Wales Police, the government, have turned our minds to those big celebrations, those iconic days in Sydney, but at the moment our immediate focus is on this investigation and keeping the community of Bondi, Dover Heights safe.
Premier, are you aware, or Commissioner, any of you aware about a social media post circulating about a violent rally in Cronulla on the 27th of December?
Well, I'll answer and then throw to Mal. I mean, I'll just say that will be met with the full force of the law. There will be no tolerance for any kind of retribution or some kind of vindictive counter assault on anyone in our community. We are not going to allow ever a situation where we descend into some kind of lawlessness, and if you are considering participating in something like that, you can expect a massive, overwhelming police response. It will not be tolerated. We need to appeal for calm. We need to be in a situation where we're saying to the people of New South Wales, this is a horrible event. You have to allow the communities in New South Wales to heal, to have some moment of reflection where they can mourn the loss of their loved ones. The last thing we need is a descent into vindictive violence, and we won't tolerate it in New South Wales. Bill?
Yeah, thanks, Premier. I'm actually aware of that social media post. One of the key roles of Operation Shelter is to make sure that we scrape intelligence, to make sure that we plan appropriate responses. So this will be an ongoing process. We will be looking for matters that we need to plan a police response about. Our focus is clear: to keep the community safe. If people think that they're going to engage in violence, they're wrong. The police will be there, the police will take appropriate action, and I want to make that really clear. Calm is what is required at the moment. Retribution is inappropriate. The community is in grief, the community is mourning. We need calm.
Thank you very much. Are you concerned about any of their other family members?
Sorry. I've just been told I've got to go to.
No, I understand.
I'll bring I've just also got a guest here who's got a good story to tell, who's just waiting around as well. So perhaps that's after Mick Mulvaney. Is that cool? What did he say? What did he say, mate? What did Graham say?
How you feeling about it? What was going through your mind at that time? Sorry, mate. Sorry. Because I've got this stuff up as well, but it's already down there. You've got dead batteries, I'll go and put them on charge. Not bad.
Okay, Julia Bradley with the latest from St Vincent's. Thank you so much, Julie. We'll talk to you again soon. I just want to, before we get some more local reaction, take a little more of an overseas focus, a US focus to be precise, because there has been a lot of reaction, as you might expect, but from the very top down, from the US president downwards. And we've just had more reaction that's come through from the influential American Senator Lindsey Graham, highly critical of our government here in Australia. Let's just run this, it's just in. So let's stay in the United States now. That just in from Lindsey Graham. We're joined by my colleague, Sky News analyst Mick Mulvaney. It's good to talk to you, Mick. Not so much under these circumstances, but anyway, there has been, and I can't recall actually, something that's happened here in Australia
Australia that has had so much of a response, so much of a reaction from our friends in the United States, starting from the very top, from President Trump down. How much of a focus is there in the United States at the moment on what's happened here in Bondi Beach? Is there, and I've said this a few times already today, I mean, is there a feeling of I told you so, Nick? Yeah, yeah. Explain to me, Mick, how the social fabric is at the moment in the United States. Let's just zero in on America right now when it comes to anti-Semitism. It's been high here. Has it been as high in the United States? We know, and I've reported extensively on what's happened in your college campuses, and there has been very high rates of anti-Semitism in the United States too. Is that still going?
Most chat.
of the day, a lot of Jewish members of the community, but also people from Denver, from Serbia, and now, of course, internationally.
spoke to someone That's okay, just great. Hey, Jackie. heard your accent. I thought you were right.
I've ever seen. Ran back up to the shore, making sure everyone was alright. Went up to North Bondi, saw that unfold. Everyone was running, everyone was recording. We went back down, and then unfortunately I saw a couple of dead bodies, and it was the worst feeling. Words couldn't describe it. Yeah, it's honestly terrible, but I think as a community we can move forward from this. It's going to be really hard, but I think the spirit's really high, the Australian spirit, especially people in Bondi, and I think we can look forward on this and take matters and use it to help other people out. So I think this is a good wake-up call for all Australians. We can move forward from this, but we're going to have to work really hard. And yeah.
How long did it all unfold for? Like once you
honestly, it felt like hours. Yeah. It felt like hours. Probably took 45 minutes max, but the whole thing took like hours, felt like hours. It was honestly, everything was like in slow motion, just words can't describe.
Yeah, and it would have just been a scene of panic.
Yeah, so everyone was running, everyone was screaming, everyone was crying. It was just the worst feeling. I wouldn't wish it on my worst enemy, that's how bad it was. Yeah.
Alright.
Thank you.
Lana, thank you.
T-shirt and suit, jacket, social media. Oh, I don't.
I'm Rabbi Mendel Testel. Listen, the community is quite shaken. People are broken. People are overwhelmed. But at the same time, we're resilient. We find ourselves during the festival of Hanukkah, which is about bringing light. It's about, we don't light the candle in our dining room. We light the candle near the window. We light the candle in a public beach. We light the candles everywhere because we want to spread that light. And that light was last night by terrorists tried to put out that light. We're not going to allow them to put out that light. Tonight we're going to light 2 candles, and tomorrow night we're going to light 3 candles, because that's the way we do things. That's the way we as a community hold together, support each other, and stick to the mission of making the world a better place. Yes, he was. So Rabbi Eli was really a beautiful man. He was a person who loved everybody, didn't judge anybody. He would learn with anybody. He would visit anybody, whether it was in hospital, whether it was even in prison, wherever it was. He just had this incredible love for people and would connect with people, and people loved him. People would gather around him. His birthday party, hundreds of people would come to celebrate with him because he was just such a positive guy and had such wonderful energy around him. And unfortunately, he's gone. Well, I'm part of the family, so, we're devastated. But we're holding together, and somehow we're going to have to get through it. So direct families, there's a process to get to the point of a funeral, and then within Jewish tradition, the mourning process is actually contained, if you like. There's a 7-day process, a 30-day process, 11 months, etc., which gives you really a transition through that mourning period and back into regular life. So it's quite special within Jewish religion, and it's time, particularly during the first 7 days after the funeral, where friends and family come and they pray together in the home, etc. So it's very much about community and support. Look, we're not happy about what's happened, and all those things that we've been saying are concerns, have been concerns, and are still concerns. Am I surprised? Absolutely. I never thought that we would see something like that in this country. So I'm absolutely surprised. Do I think that those things need to be relooked? Absolutely. We need to really have a good, hard think about how we deal with social media, how we deal with messaging, what we tolerate, whether it's in the name of free speech or otherwise. We really need to have a strong think about it, because this is just unacceptable on any level. I think there's probably a lot that the government needs to do, but I think it needs real consultation. It needs to bring people together, needs to look at all the different balancing things, because there are different communities that have different needs and different wants, etc. So you can't sort of say, well, our community is the only community and it's all about us. There's other communities as well. So we need to work with everybody, but there's no question that the hate and the messaging and the social media and all this kind of hate stuff, it's got to stop. Okay.
Cabinet, where we were briefed on the latest intelligence on yesterday's attack in Bondi. And I've just come from a meeting of the National Security Committee where I also invited Premier Chris Minns to join us, along with the New South Wales Police Commissioner. At 4 o'clock today, the New South Wales Police Commissioner and AFP Commissioner will be briefing the National Cabinet, and I'm continually receiving updates from our national security agencies. We'll work hard over the days ahead to keep Australians updated on all of the developments. And on that note, I want to provide people with a few updates on work we have been doing. We are extending the funding for the National Council for Jewish Community Security and its state-based community security groups to provide overall security cover to the Jewish community as part of that. That is included in my EFO, but we're preempting that announcement today. That's also for capital works and can be utilised for guarding costs incurred by individual Jewish organisations across Australia. We're also working with Jewish community organisations to see how we can best support charity efforts, including through tax-deductible status for donations, and we're doing work on that. The government will also quickly work through the process of a declaration under the Terrorism and Cyclone Insurance Act that would ensure that insurance companies are able to pay out to local businesses for eligible losses. We're also working on support for funerals that will be held, but also visitor visas for people who are relatives wishing to visit Australia for those funerals, and I'll ask the Minister to comment on that. I do want to make a couple of more points as well. This morning I met with police who were on the scene last night, some of whom had been up all night. These are brave people, many people who were off-duty police, headed towards Bondi last night from as far away as Newcastle and the Central Coast. They did so because of their commitment to their fellow Australians and the diligence that they show. And I think we need to recognise their incredible work at a time as well when 2 police officers have been seriously injured as a result of the efforts and bravery that they have shown. What we saw yesterday was an act of pure evil, an act of terror, an act of anti-Semitism, an attack on the first day of Hanukkah targeted at the Jewish.
一起来关注全球现场，在澳洲雪梨著名的邦迪海滩，星期天爆发了反犹太恐攻事件，至少造成有16人死亡，42人受伤。而恐攻发生前，海滩上正在举行犹太人光明节的庆祝活动，有游客就记录下了传出枪响之后的混乱情况，一起来看。看到惊慌奔逃的人群当中，不时传出的哭喊跟尖叫声，而且夹杂着阵阵的枪响。而拍摄影片的是一名以色列游客，大约是2个星期前到了澳洲旅游，没想到却遇到了这场残酷的大规模枪击案件。还好他自己是幸运的逃过一劫。在澳洲所发生的这起大规模的恐攻事件，死亡人数攀升到了16人，另外还有11人目前是命危，多人受伤。事发当下，有一名白衣男子英勇的夺枪，当地州长表示，这是他此生中见过最不可置信的画面。
What are your thoughts on there's a video of a member of the public wrestling one of the guns off one of the offenders?
I think it's the most unbelievable scene I've ever seen. A man walking up to a gunman who had fired on the community and single-handedly disarming him, putting his own life at risk to save the lives of countless other people. That man is a genuine hero, and I've got no doubt that there are many, many people alive tonight as a result of his bravery.
从画面上可以看到，持枪歹徒正在开火射击，后面有个白衣男子从后方的车辆间冲出来，跟枪手发生了激烈的扭打，迅速的夺下了步枪，让目睹的民众都吓到倒抽一口气。而事后，这个白衣男子的表弟证实，那个人就是他的表哥，是水果店老板。表哥在搏斗当中遭到2次的枪击，目前正在医院接受治疗。好，整个事件我们为您做一个比较明白清楚的整理。来看到呢，澳洲雪梨邦迪海滩在14号傍晚5点左右所发生的这一起震惊了全国的枪击案件。当时这个海滩正在举行犹太社区的光明节活动，有2名父子呢，他们是枪手站在海滩人行路桥跟沙滩附近，拿着长枪向人群冷血的扫射，至少有50颗的子弹，造成了至少有16个人死亡，有42人受伤，而年纪呢是介于10岁到87岁之间。而伤者当中包含了有2名警察，多名是伤势严重。随后呢，警方迅速的到现场，跟枪手爆发了激烈的交火，而50岁的父亲是当场被击毙。事后呢，这个警方调查发现，他是拥有合法的枪支许可，他的名下有6支的枪，而在现场也找到了有6支枪。而另外呢，24岁的儿子呢，则是重伤送医。目前警方是已经排除有第3名的嫌犯，并且在嫌犯的住处找到了未引爆的炸弹装置。警方把这个事件定调为是针对犹太社群的反犹太主义袭击，并且在全国犹太社区增加警力跟安全上的戒备。而事发当时呢，这个邦迪海滩就是在举行这个光明节的活动，这是犹太教的重要的节日，是用来纪念信仰自由跟光明。现场超过有1000人参加，而其中包含有大量的家庭、儿童。活动本来是充满着欢乐跟灯火，但是呢，枪击案发生当下有惊险的一幕曝光。刚也看到了一名白衣男子从后方悄悄的靠近枪手，勇敢的夺枪，并且逼退了嫌犯。过程中他也不幸的中弹送医治疗。而目击者表示说，这名男子不顾自身的安全，把枪口对准了原本对人群开枪的枪手，成功的阻止更多的伤亡。而现场民众看到之后迅速的逃离，有数百人沿着沙滩跑向了周边的街道跟公园。对这起的事件呢，各界也迅速表达的震惊跟哀悼。澳洲总理艾班尼斯亲赴到现场视察，形容说这是国家的黑暗时刻，并且强调政府将会全面的打击反犹太主义，保护犹太社区。同时也表示，警方跟安全单位正在彻底的调查这个父子党的袭击动机。另外呢，以色列总统呢也发表了声明。 明谴责事件，并且呼吁国际社会要团结来对抗反犹太主义，并且感谢澳洲政府的迅速行动，确保犹太社区的安全。而另外呢，美国总统川普呢，则是在白宫的招待会上，他公开的哀悼邦迪海滩枪击还有布朗大学枪击案的受害者，指出这是明确的反犹太袭击，并且表示美国将跟澳洲站在一起，支持当地社区应对仇恨跟暴力。好，我们看到呢，在14号下午海滩呢所发生的这起恐怖的攻击事件，那枪手呢持枪对着海滩毫无防备的群众展开无差别的扫射，造成至少有16人死亡，其中包含了2名的警察。我们就来看空拍的画面。
So I must have heard, I don't know, maybe like 40, 50 shots. So we were still unsure what was going on. We just thought maybe it's a false alarm. Maybe it's something about maybe something happening in the party or the market. And then that's when we heard the police and the ambulances. So then we thought, okay, no, this is serious.
好，从这一段的空拍的画面可以看到，有2名身穿黑衣的枪手，他们是站在横跨了海滩区域的人行路桥上，不断的向下方扫射，跟警方展开交火。2名枪手接连中枪倒地。有个目击者形容说，他看到了地上有脑浆，形容说这是他看过有史以来心里会有阴影的画面。好，这起枪击案呢是澳洲将近30年来最严重的一场枪支暴力事件。大开杀戒的2名枪手竟然是一对父子档，而雪梨警方搜索了嫌犯的住处，附近的邻居都表示不敢相信。
We noticed them; they come and go every day here, and they never say hello or anything. They just normal. We thought they are normal people. Yeah, we were so shocked to notice that one of the guy who shoot people, they live in here. Yeah.
警方封锁了这栋位在雪梨郊区的住宅，并且在周边拉起了警戒线。而涉案的2名枪手是一对父子，50岁的父亲遭到警方当场的击毙，24岁的儿子身受重伤送医治疗。而目前警方排除第3人涉案的可能，也将枪击事。一起来关注全球现场，在澳洲雪梨著名的邦迪海滩，星期天爆发了反犹太恐攻事件，至少造成有16人死亡，42人受伤。而恐攻发生前，海滩上正在举行犹太人光明节的庆祝活动，有游客就记录下了传出枪响之后的混乱情况，一起来看。看到惊慌奔逃的人群当中，不时传出的哭喊跟尖叫声，而且夹杂着阵阵的枪响。而拍摄影片的是一名以色列游客，大约是2个星期前到了澳洲旅游，没想到却遇到了这场残酷的大规模枪击案件。还好他自己是幸运的逃过一劫。在澳洲所发生的这起大规模的恐攻事件，死亡人数攀升到了16人，另外还有11人目前是命危，多人受伤。事发当下，有一名白衣男子英勇的夺枪，当地州长表示，这是他此生中见过最不可置信的画面。
What are your thoughts on there's a video of a member of the public wrestling one of the guns off one of your fingers?
I think it's the most unbelievable scene I've ever seen. A man walking up to a gunman who had fired on the community and single-handedly disarming him, putting his own life at risk to save the lives of countless other people. That man is a genuine hero, and I've got no doubt that there are many, many people alive tonight as a result of his bravery.
从画面上可以看到，持枪歹徒正在开火射击，后面有个白衣男子从后方的车辆间冲出来，跟枪手发生了激烈的扭打，迅速的夺下了步枪，让目睹的民众都吓到倒抽一口气。而事后，这个白衣男子的表弟证实，那个人就是他的表哥，是水果店老板。表哥在搏斗当中遭到2次的枪击，目前正在医院接受治疗。 好，整个事件我们为您做一个比较明白清楚的整理。来看到呢，澳洲雪梨邦迪海滩在14号傍晚5点左右所发生的这一起震惊了全国的枪击案件。当时这个海滩正在举行犹太社区的光明节活动，有2名父子呢，他们是枪手站在海滩人行路桥跟沙滩附近，拿着长枪向人群冷血的扫射，至少有50颗的子弹，造成了至少有16个人死亡，有42人受伤，而年纪呢是介于10岁到87岁之间。而伤者当中包含了有2名警察，多名是伤势严重。随后呢，警方迅速的到现场，跟枪手爆发了激烈的交火，而50岁的父亲是当场被击毙。事后呢，这个警方调查发现，他是拥有合法的枪支许可，他的名下有6支的枪，而在现场也找到了有6支枪。而另外呢，24岁的儿子呢，则是重伤送医。目前警方是已经排除有第3名的嫌犯，并且在嫌犯的住处找到了未引爆的炸弹装置。警方把这个事件定调为是针对犹太社群的反犹太主义袭击，并且在全国犹太社区增加警力跟安全上的戒备。而事发当时呢，这个邦迪海滩就是在举行这个光明节的活动，这是犹太教的重要的节日，是用来纪念信仰自由跟光明。现场超过有1000人参加，而其中包含有大量的家庭、儿童。活动本来是充满着欢乐跟灯火，但是呢，枪击案发生当下有惊险的一幕曝光。刚也看到了一名白衣男子从后方悄悄的靠近枪手，勇敢的夺枪，并且逼退了嫌犯。过程中他也不幸的中弹送医治疗。而目击者表示说，这名男子不顾自身的安全，把枪口对准了原本对人群开枪的枪手，成功的阻止更多的伤亡。而现场民众看到之后，迅速的逃离，有数百人沿着沙滩跑向了周边的街道跟公园。对这起的事件呢，各界也迅速表达的震惊跟哀悼。澳洲总理艾班尼斯亲赴到现场视察，形容说这是国家的黑暗时刻，并且强调政府将会全面的打击反犹太主义，保护犹太社区。同时也表示，警方跟安全单位正在彻底的调查这个父子党的袭击动机。另外呢，以色列总统呢也发表了声明，谴责事件，并且呼吁国际社会要团结来对抗反犹太主义，并且感谢澳洲政府的迅速行动，确保犹太社区的安全。而另外呢，美国总统川普呢，则是在白宫的招待会上，他公开的哀悼邦迪海滩枪击还有布朗大学枪击案的受害者，指出这是明确的反犹太袭击，并且表示美国将跟澳洲站在一起，支持当地社区应对仇恨跟暴力。好，我们看到呢，在14号下午海滩呢所发生的这起恐怖的攻击事件，那枪手呢持枪对着海滩毫无防备的群众展开无差别的扫射，造成至少有16人死亡，其中包含了2名的警察。我们就来看空拍的画面。
So I must have heard, I don't know, maybe like 40, 50 shots. So we were still unsure what was going on. We just thought maybe it's a false alarm, maybe it's something about maybe something happening in the party or the market. And then that's when we heard the police and the ambulances. So then we thought, okay, no, this is serious.
好，从这一段的空拍的画面可以看到，有2名身穿黑衣的枪手，他们是站在横跨了海滩区域的人行路桥上，不断的向下方扫射，跟警方展开交火。2名枪手接连中枪倒地，有个目击者形容说，他看到了地上有脑浆，形容说这是他看过有史以来心里会有阴影的画面。好，这起枪击案呢是澳洲将近30年来最严重的一场枪支暴力事件，大开杀戒的2名枪手竟然是一对父子党。而雪梨警方搜索了嫌犯的住处，附近的邻居都表示不敢相信。
We noticed them; they come and go every day. Yeah, and they never say hello or anything. They just normal. We thought they are normal people. Yeah, we were so shocked to notice that one of the guy who shoot people, they live in here. Yeah.
警方封锁了这栋位在雪梨郊区的住宅，并且在周边拉起了警戒线。而涉案的2名枪手是一对父子，50岁的父亲遭到警方当场的击毙，24岁的儿子身受重伤送医治疗。而目前警方排除第3人涉案的可能，也将枪击事 一起来关注全球现场，在澳洲雪梨著名的邦迪海滩，星期天爆发了反犹太恐攻事件，至少造成有16人死亡，42人受伤。而恐攻发生前，海滩上正在举行犹太人光明节的庆祝活动，有游客就记录下了传出枪响之后的混乱情况，一起来看。看到惊慌奔逃的人群当中，不时传出的哭喊跟尖叫声，而且夹杂着阵阵的枪响。而拍摄影片的是一名以色列游客，大约是2个星期前到了澳洲旅游，没想到却遇到了这场残酷的大规模枪击案件。还好他自己是幸运的逃过一劫。在澳洲所发生的这起大规模的恐攻事件，死亡人数攀升到了16人，另外还有11人目前是命危，多人受伤。事发当下，有一名白衣男子英勇的夺枪，当地州长表示，这是他此生中见过最不可置信的画面。
What are your thoughts on there's a video of a member of the public wrestling one of the guns off one of the offenders?
I think it's the most unbelievable scene I've ever seen. A man walking up to a gunman who had fired on the community and single-handedly disarming him, putting his own life at risk to save the lives of countless other people. That man is a genuine hero, and I've got no doubt that there are many, many people alive tonight as a result of his bravery.
从画面上可以看到，持枪歹徒正在开火射击，后面有个白衣男子从后方的车辆间冲出来，跟枪手发生了激烈的扭打，迅速的夺下了步枪，让目睹的民众都吓到倒抽一口气。而事后，这个白衣男子的表弟证实，那个人就是他的表哥，是水果店老板。表哥在搏斗当中遭到2次的枪击，目前正在医院接受治疗。好，整个事件我们为您做一个比较明白清楚的整理。来看到呢，澳洲雪梨邦迪海滩在14号傍晚5点左右所发生的这一起震惊了全国的枪击案件。当时这个海滩正在举行犹太社区的光明节活动，有2名父子呢，他们是枪手站在海滩人行路桥跟沙滩附近，拿着长枪向人群冷血的扫射，至少有50颗的子弹，造成了至少有16个人死亡，有42人受伤，而年纪呢是介于10岁到87岁之间。而伤者当中包含了有2名警察，多名是伤势严重。随后呢，警方迅速的到现场，跟枪手爆发了激烈的交火，而50岁的父亲是当场被击毙。事后呢，这个警方调查发现，他是拥有合法的枪支许可，他的名下有6支的枪，而在现场也找到了有6支枪。而另外呢，24岁的儿子呢，则是重伤送医。目前警方是已经排除有第3名的嫌犯，并且在嫌犯的住处找到了未引爆的炸弹装置。警方把这个事件定调为是针对犹太社群的反犹太主义袭击，并且在全国犹太社区增加警力跟安全上的戒备。而事发当时呢，这个邦迪海滩就是在举行这个光明节的活动，这是犹太教的重要的节日，是用来纪念信仰自由跟光明。现场超过有1000人参加，而其中包含有大量的家庭、儿童。活动本来是充满着欢乐跟灯火，但是呢，枪击案发生当下有惊险的一幕曝光。刚也看到了一名白衣男子从后方悄悄的靠近枪手，勇敢的夺枪，并且逼退了嫌犯。过程中他也不幸的中弹送医治疗。而目击者表示说，这名男子不顾自身的安全，把枪口对准了原本对人群开枪的枪手，成功的阻止更多的伤亡。而现场民众看到之后迅速的逃离，有数百人沿着沙滩跑向了周边的街道跟公园。对这起的事件呢，各界也迅速表达的震惊跟哀悼。澳洲总理艾班尼斯亲赴到现场视察，形容说这是国家的黑暗时刻，并且强调政府将会全面的打击反犹太主义，保护犹太社区。同时也表示，警方跟安全单位正在彻底的调查这个父子党的袭击动机。另外呢，以色列总统呢也发表了声明。 明谴责事件，并且呼吁国际社会要团结来对抗反犹太主义，并且感谢澳洲政府的迅速行动，确保犹太社区的安全。而另外呢，美国总统川普呢，则是在白宫的招待会上，他公开的哀悼邦迪海滩枪击还有布朗大学枪击案的受害者，指出这是明确的反犹太袭击，并且表示美国将跟澳洲站在一起，支持当地社区应对仇恨跟暴力。好，我们看到呢，在14号下午海滩呢所发生的这起恐怖的攻击事件，那枪手呢持枪对着海滩毫无防备的群众展开无差别的扫射，造成至少有16人死亡，其中包含了2名的警察。我们就来看空拍的画面。
So I must have heard, I don't know, maybe like 40, 50 shots. So we were still unsure what was going on. We just thought maybe it's a false alarm. Maybe it's something about maybe something happening in the party or the market. And then that's when we heard the police and the ambulances. So then we thought, okay, no, this is serious.
好，从这一段的空拍的画面可以看到，有2名身穿黑衣的枪手，他们是站在横跨了海滩区域的人行路桥上，不断的向下方扫射，跟警方展开交火。2名枪手接连中枪倒地。有个目击者形容说，他看到了地上有脑浆，形容说这是他看过有史以来心里会有阴影的画面。好，这起枪击案呢是澳洲将近30年来最严重的一场枪支暴力事件。大开杀戒的2名枪手竟然是一对父子档，而雪梨警方搜索了嫌犯的住处，附近的邻居都表示不敢相信。
We noticed them, they come and go every day here, and they never say hello or anything. They just normal. We thought they are normal people. Yeah, we were so shocked to notice that one of the guy who shoot people, they live in here. Yeah.
警方封锁了这栋位在雪梨郊区的住宅，并且在周边拉起了警戒线。而涉案的2名枪手是一对父子，50岁的父亲遭到警方当场的击毙，24岁的儿子身受重伤送医治疗。而目前警方排除第3人涉案的可能，也将枪击事。一起来关注全球现场，在澳洲雪梨著名的邦迪海滩，星期天爆发了反犹太恐攻事件，至少造成有16人死亡，42人受伤。而恐攻发生前，海滩上正在举行犹太人光明节的庆祝活动，有游客就记录下了传出枪响之后的混乱情况。一起来看。看到惊慌奔逃的人群当中，不时传出的哭喊跟尖叫声，而且夹杂着阵阵的枪响。而拍摄影片的是一名以色列游客，大约是2个星期前到了澳洲旅游，没想到却遇到了这场残酷的大规模枪击案件，还好他自己是幸运的逃过一劫。在澳洲所发生的这起大规模的恐攻事件，死亡人数攀升到了16人，另外还有11人目前是命危，多人受伤。事发当下，有一名白衣男子英勇的夺枪，当地州长表示，这是他此生中见过最不可置信的画面。
What are your thoughts on there's a video of a member of the public wrestling one of the guns?
Unbelievable. I think it's the most unbelievable scene I've ever seen. A man walking up to a gunman who had fired on the community and single-handedly disarming him, putting his own life at risk to save the lives of countless other people. That man is a genuine hero, and I've got no doubt that there are many, many people alive tonight as a result of his bravery.
从画面上可以看到，持枪歹徒正在开火射击，后面有个白衣男子从后方的车辆间冲出来，跟枪手发生了激烈的扭打，迅速的夺下了步枪，让目睹的民众都吓到倒抽一口气。而事后，这个白衣男子的表弟证实，那个人就是他的表哥，是水果店老板。表哥在搏斗当中遭到2次的枪击，目前正在医院接受治疗。 好，整个事件我们为您做一个比较明白清楚的整理。来看到呢，澳洲雪梨邦迪海滩在14号傍晚5点左右所发生的这一起震惊了全国的枪击案件。当时这个海滩正在举行犹太社区的光明节活动，有2名父子呢，他们是枪手站在海滩人行路桥跟沙滩附近，拿着长枪向人群冷血的扫射，至少有50颗的子弹，造成了至少有16个人死亡，有42人受伤，而年纪呢是介于10岁到87岁之间。而伤者当中包含了有2名警察，多名是伤势严重。随后呢，警方迅速的到现场，跟枪手爆发了激烈的交火，而50岁的父亲是当场被击毙。事后呢，这个警方调查发现，他是拥有合法的枪支许可，他的名下有6支的枪，而在现场也找到了有6支枪。而另外呢，24岁的儿子呢，则是重伤送医。目前警方是已经排除有第3名的嫌犯，并且在嫌犯的住处找到了未引爆的炸弹装置。警方把这个事件定调为是针对犹太社群的反犹太主义袭击，并且在全国犹太社区增加警力跟安全上的戒备。而事发当时呢，这个邦迪海滩就是在举行这个光明节的活动，这是犹太教的重要的节日，是用来纪念信仰自由跟光明。现场超过有1000人参加，而其中包含有大量的家庭、儿童。活动本来是充满着欢乐跟灯火，但是呢，枪击案发生当下有惊险的一幕曝光。刚也看到了一名白衣男子从后方悄悄的靠近枪手，勇敢的夺枪，并且逼退了嫌犯。过程中他也不幸的中弹送医治疗。而目击者表示说，这名男子不顾自身的安全，把枪口对准了原本对人群开枪的枪手，成功的阻止更多的伤亡。而现场民众看到之后，迅速的逃离，有数百人沿着沙滩跑向了周边的街道跟公园。对这起的事件呢，各界也迅速表达的震惊跟哀悼。澳洲总理艾班尼斯亲赴到现场视察，形容说这是国家的黑暗时刻，并且强调政府将会全面的打击反犹太主义，保护犹太社区。同时也表示，警方跟安全单位正在彻底的调查这个父子党的袭击动机。另外呢，以色列总统呢也发表了声明，谴责事件，并且呼吁国际社会要团结来对抗反犹太主义，并且感谢澳洲政府的迅速行动，确保犹太社区的安全。而另外呢，美国总统川普呢，则是在白宫的招待会上，他公开的哀悼邦迪海滩枪击还有布朗大学枪击案的受害者，指出这是明确的反犹太袭击，并且表示美国将跟澳洲站在一起，支持当地社区应对仇恨跟暴力。好，我们看到呢，在14号下午海滩呢所发生的这起恐怖的攻击事件，那枪手呢持枪对着海滩毫无防备的群众展开无差别的扫射，造成至少有16人死亡，其中包含了2名的警察。我们就来看空拍的画面。
So I must have heard, I don't know, maybe like 40, 50 shots. So we were still unsure what was going on. We just thought maybe it's a false alarm, maybe it's something about maybe something happening in the party or the market. And then that's when we heard the police and the ambulances. So then we thought, okay, no, this is serious.
好，从这一段的空拍的画面可以看到，有2名身穿黑衣的枪手，他们是站在横跨了海滩区域的人行路桥上，不断的向下方扫射，跟警方展开交火。2名枪手接连中枪倒地。有个目击者形容说，他看到了地上有脑浆，形容说这是他看过有史以来心里会有阴影的画面。好，这起枪击案呢是澳洲将近30年来最严重的一场枪支暴力事件。大开杀戒的2名枪手竟然是一对父子党，而雪梨警方搜索了嫌犯的住处，附近的邻居都表示不敢相信。
We noticed them; they come and go every day, yeah, and they never say hello or anything. They just normal. We thought they are normal people. Yeah, we were so shocked to notice that one of the guy who shoot people, they live in here. Yeah.
警方封锁了这栋位在雪梨郊区的住宅，并且在周边拉起了警戒线。而涉案的2名枪手是一对父子，50岁的父亲遭到警方当场的击毙，24岁的儿子身受重伤送医治疗。而目前警方排除第3人涉案的可能，也将枪击事件 一起来关注全球现场，在澳洲雪梨著名的邦迪海滩，星期天爆发了反犹太恐攻事件，至少造成有16人死亡，42人受伤。而恐攻发生前，海滩上正在举行犹太人光明节的庆祝活动，有游客就记录下了传出枪响之后的混乱情况，一起来看。看到惊慌奔逃的人群当中，不时传出的哭喊跟尖叫声，而且夹杂着阵阵的枪响。而拍摄影片的是一名以色列游客，大约是2个星期前到了澳洲旅游，没想到却遇到了这场残酷的大规模枪击案件。还好他自己是幸运的逃过一劫。在澳洲所发生的这一起大规模的恐攻事件，死亡人数攀升到了16人，另外还有11人目前是命危，多人受伤。事发当下，有一名白衣男子英勇的夺枪，当地州长表示，这是他此生中见过最不可置信的画面。
What are your thoughts on there's a video of a member of the public wrestling one of the guns off your fingers?
I think it's the most unbelievable scene I've ever seen. A man walking up to a gunman who had fired on the community and single-handedly disarming him, putting his own life at risk to save the lives of countless other people. That man is a genuine hero, and I've got no doubt that there are many, many people alive tonight as a result of his bravery.
从画面上可以看到，持枪歹徒正在开火射击，后面有个白衣男子从后方的车辆间冲出来，跟枪手发生了激烈的扭打，迅速的夺下了步枪，让目睹的民众都吓到倒抽一口气。而事后，这个白衣男子的表弟证实，那个人就是他的表哥，是水果店老板。表哥在搏斗当中遭到2次的枪击，目前正在医院接受治疗。好，整个事件我们为您做一个比较明白清楚的整理。来看到呢，澳洲雪梨邦迪海滩在14号傍晚5点左右所发生的这一起震惊了全国的枪击案件。当时这个海滩正在举行犹太社区的光明节活动，有2名父子呢，他们是枪手站在海滩人行路桥跟沙滩附近，拿着长枪向人群冷血的扫射，至少有50颗的子弹，造成了至少有16个人死亡，有42人受伤，而年纪呢是介于10岁到87岁之间。而伤者当中包含了有2名警察，多名是伤势严重。随后呢，警方迅速的到现场，跟枪手爆发了激烈的交火，而50岁的父亲是当场被击毙。事后呢，这个警方调查发现，他是拥有合法的枪支许可，他的名下有6支的枪，而在现场也找到了有6支枪。而另外呢，24岁的儿子呢，则是重伤送医。目前警方是已经排除有第3名的嫌犯，并且在嫌犯的住处找到了未引爆的炸弹装置。警方把这个事件定调为是针对犹太社群的反犹太主义袭击，并且在全国犹太社区增加警力跟安全上的戒备。而事发当时呢，这个邦迪海滩就是在举行这个光明节的活动，这是犹太教的重要的节日，是用来纪念信仰自由跟光明。现场超过有1000人参加，而其中包含有大量的家庭、儿童。活动本来是充满着欢乐跟灯火，但是呢，枪击案发生当下有惊险的一幕曝光。刚也看到了一名白衣男子从后方悄悄的靠近枪手，勇敢的夺枪，并且逼退了嫌犯。过程中他也不幸的中弹送医治疗。而目击者表示说，这名男子不顾自身的安全，把枪口对准了原本对人群开枪的枪手，成功的阻止更多的伤亡。而现场民众看到之后，迅速的逃离，有数百人沿着沙滩跑向了周边的街道跟公园。对这起的事件呢，各界也迅速表达的震惊跟哀悼。澳洲总理艾班尼斯亲赴到现场视察，形容说这是国家的黑暗时刻，并且强调政府将会全面的打击反犹太主义，保护犹太社区。同时也表示，警方跟安全单位正在彻底的调查这个父子党的 袭击动机。另外呢，以色列总统呢也发表了声明，谴责事件，并且呼吁国际社会要团结来对抗反犹太主义，并且感谢澳洲政府的迅速行动，确保犹太社区的安全。而另外呢，美国总统川普呢，则是在白宫的招待会上，他公开的哀悼邦迪海滩枪击，还有布朗大学枪击案的受害者，指出这是明确的反犹太袭击，并且表示美国将跟澳洲站在一起，支持当地社区应对仇恨跟暴力。好，我们看到呢，在14号下午海滩呢所发生的这起恐怖的攻击事件，那枪手呢持枪对着海滩毫无防备的群众展开无差别的扫射，造成至少有16人死亡，其中包含了2名的警察。我们就来看空拍的画面。
So I must have heard, I don't know, maybe like 40, 50 shots. So we were still unsure what was going on. We just thought maybe it's a false alarm. Maybe it's something about maybe something happening in the party or the market. And then that's when we heard the police and the ambulances. So then we thought, okay, no, this is serious.
好，从这一段的空拍的画面可以看到，有2名身穿黑衣的枪手，他们是站在横跨了海滩区域的人行路桥上，不断的向下方扫射，跟警方展开交火。2名枪手接连中枪倒地。有个目击者形容说，他看到了地上有脑浆，形容说这是他看过有史以来心里会有阴影的画面。好，这起枪击案呢是澳洲将近30年来最严重的一场枪支暴力事件。大开杀戒的2名枪手竟然是一对父子档，而雪梨警方搜索了嫌犯的住处，附近的邻居都表示不敢相信。
We noticed them; they come and go every day, yeah, and they never say hello or anything. They just normal. We thought they are normal people. Yeah, we were so shocked to notice that one of the guy who shoot people, they live in here. Yeah.
警方封锁了这栋位在雪梨郊区的住宅，并且在周边拉起了警戒线。而涉案的2名枪手是一对父子，50岁的父亲遭到警方当场的击毙，24岁的儿子身受重伤送医治疗。而目前警方排除第3人涉案的可能，也将枪击事。一起来关注全球现场，在澳洲雪梨著名的邦迪海滩，星期天爆发了反犹太恐攻事件，至少造成有16人死亡，42人受伤。而恐攻发生前，海滩上正在举行犹太人光明节的庆祝活动，有游客就记录下了传出枪响之后的混乱情况，一起来看。看到惊慌奔逃的人群当中，不时传出的哭喊跟尖叫声，而且夹杂着阵阵的枪响。而拍摄影片的是一名以色列游客，大约是2个星期前到了澳洲旅游，没想到却遇到了这场残酷的大规模枪击案件。还好他自己是幸运的逃过一劫。在澳洲所发生的这起大规模的恐攻事件，死亡人数攀升到了16人，另外还有11人目前是命危，多人受伤。事发当下，有一名白衣男子英勇的夺枪，当地州长表示，这是他此生中见过最不可置信的画面。
What are your thoughts on there's a video of a member of the public wrestling one of the guns off one of your fingers?
I think it's the most unbelievable scene I've ever seen. A man walking up to a gunman who had fired on the community and single-handedly disarming him, putting his own life at risk to save the lives of countless other people. That man is a genuine hero, and I've got no doubt that there are many, many people alive tonight as a result of his bravery.
从画面上可以看到，持枪歹徒正在开火射击，后面有个白衣男子从后方的车辆间冲出来，跟枪手发生了激烈的扭打，迅速的夺下了步枪，让目睹的民众都吓到倒抽一口气。而事后，这个白衣男子的表弟证实，那个人就是他的表哥，是水果店老板。表哥在搏斗当中遭到2次的枪击，目前正在医院接受治疗。 好，整个事件我们为您做一个比较明白清楚的整理。来看到呢，澳洲雪梨邦迪海滩在14号傍晚5点左右所发生的这一起震惊了全国的枪击案件。当时这个海滩正在举行犹太社区的光明节活动，有2名父子呢，他们是枪手站在海滩人行路桥跟沙滩附近，拿着长枪向人群冷血的扫射，至少有50颗的子弹，造成了至少有16个人死亡，有42人受伤，而年纪呢是介于10岁到87岁之间。而伤者当中包含了有2名警察，多名是伤势严重。随后呢，警方迅速的到现场，跟枪手爆发了激烈的交火，而50岁的父亲是当场被击毙。事后呢，这个警方调查发现，他是拥有合法的枪支许可，他的名下有6支的枪，而在现场也找到了有6支枪。而另外呢，24岁的儿子呢，则是重伤送医。目前警方是已经排除有第3名的嫌犯，并且在嫌犯的住处找到了未引爆的炸弹装置。警方把这个事件定调为是针对犹太社群的反犹太主义袭击，并且在全国犹太社区增加警力跟安全上的戒备。而事发当时呢，这个邦迪海滩就是在举行这个光明节的活动，这是犹太教的重要的节日，是用来纪念信仰自由跟光明。现场超过有1000人参加，而其中包含有大量的家庭、儿童。活动本来是充满着欢乐跟灯火，但是呢，枪击案发生当下有惊险的一幕曝光。刚也看到了一名白衣男子从后方悄悄的靠近枪手，勇敢的夺枪，并且逼退了嫌犯。过程中他也不幸的中弹送医治疗。而目击者表示说，这名男子不顾自身的安全，把枪口对准了原本对人群开枪的枪手，成功的阻止更多的伤亡。而现场民众看到之后，迅速的逃离，有数百人沿着沙滩跑向了周边的街道跟公园。对这起的事件呢，各界也迅速表达的震惊跟哀悼。澳洲总理艾班尼斯亲赴到现场视察，形容说这是国家的黑暗时刻，并且强调政府将会全面的打击反犹太主义，保护犹太社区。同时也表示，警方跟安全单位正在彻底的调查这个父子党的袭击动机。另外呢，以色列总统呢也发表了声明，谴责事件，并且呼吁国际社会要团结来对抗反犹太主义，并且感谢澳洲政府的迅速行动，确保犹太社区的安全。而另外呢，美国总统川普呢，则是在白宫的招待会上，他公开的哀悼邦迪海滩枪击还有布朗大学枪击案的受害者，指出这是明确的反犹太袭击，并且表示美国将跟澳洲站在一起，支持当地社区应对仇恨跟暴力。好，我们看到呢，在14号下午海滩呢所发生的这起恐怖的攻击事件，那枪手呢持枪对着海滩毫无防备的群众展开无差别的扫射，造成至少有16人死亡，其中包含了2名的警察。我们就来看空拍的画面。
So I must have heard, I don't know, maybe like 40, 50 shots. So we were still unsure what was going on. We just thought maybe it's a false alarm, maybe it's something about maybe something happening in the party or the market. And then that's when we heard the police and the ambulances. So then we thought, okay, no, this is serious.
好，从这一段的空拍的画面可以看到，有2名身穿黑衣的枪手，他们是站在横跨了海滩区域的人行路桥上，不断的向下方扫射，跟警方展开交火。2名枪手接连中枪倒地。有个目击者形容说，他看到了地上有脑浆，形容说这是他看过有史以来心里会有阴影的画面。好，这起枪击案呢是澳洲将近30年来最严重的一场枪支暴力事件。大开杀戒的2名枪手竟然是一对父子党，而雪梨警方搜索了嫌犯的住处，附近的邻居都表示不敢相信。
We noticed them; they come and go every day, yeah, and they never say hello or anything. They just normal. We thought they are normal people. Yeah, we were so shocked to notice that one of the guy who shoot people, they live in here. Yeah.
警方封锁了这栋位在雪梨郊区的住宅，并且在周边拉起了警戒线。而涉案的2名枪手是一对父子，50岁的父亲遭到警方当场的击毙，24岁的儿子身受重伤送医治疗。而目前警方排除第3人涉案的可能，也将枪击事。 一起来关注全球现场，在澳洲雪梨著名的邦迪海滩，星期天爆发了反犹太恐攻事件，至少造成有16人死亡，42人受伤。而恐攻发生前，海滩上正在举行犹太人光明节的庆祝活动，有游客就记录下了传出枪响之后的混乱情况，一起来看。看到惊慌奔逃的人群当中，不时传出的哭喊跟尖叫声，而且夹杂着阵阵的枪响。而拍摄影片的是一名以色列游客，大约是2个星期前到了澳洲旅游，没想到却遇到了这场残酷的大规模枪击案件。还好他自己是幸运的逃过一劫。在澳洲所发生的这一起大规模的恐攻事件，死亡人数攀升到了16人，另外还有11人目前是命危，多人受伤。事发当下，有一名白衣男子英勇的夺枪，当地州长表示，这是他此生中见过最不可置信的画面。
What are your thoughts on there's a video of a member of the public wrestling one of the guns off one of the offenders?
I think it's the most unbelievable scene I've ever seen. A man walking up to a gunman who had fired on the community and single-handedly disarming him, putting his own life at risk to save the lives of countless other people. That man is a genuine hero, and I've got no doubt that there are many, many people alive tonight as a result of his bravery.
从画面上可以看到，持枪歹徒正在开火射击，后面有个白衣男子从后方的车辆间冲出来，跟枪手发生了激烈的扭打，迅速的夺下了步枪，让目睹的民众都吓到倒抽一口气。而事后，这个白衣男子的表弟证实，那个人就是他的表哥，是水果店老板。表哥在搏斗当中遭到2次的枪击，目前正在医院接受治疗。好，整个事件我们为您做一个比较明白清楚的整理。来看到呢，澳洲雪梨邦迪海滩在14号傍晚5点左右所发生的这一起震惊了全国的枪击案件。当时这个海滩正在举行犹太社区的光明节活动，有2名父子呢，他们是枪手站在海滩人行路桥跟沙滩附近，拿着长枪向人群冷血的扫射，至少有50颗的子弹，造成了至少有16个人死亡，有42人受伤，而年纪呢是介于10岁到87岁之间。而伤者当中包含了有2名警察，多名是伤势严重。随后呢，警方迅速的到现场，跟枪手爆发了激烈的交火，而50岁的父亲是当场被击毙。事后呢，这个警方调查发现，他是拥有合法的枪支许可，他的名下有6支的枪，而在现场也找到了有6支枪。而另外呢，24岁的儿子呢，则是重伤送医。目前警方是已经排除有第3名的嫌犯，并且在嫌犯的住处找到了未引爆的炸弹装置。警方把这个事件定调为是针对犹太社群的反犹太主义袭击，并且在全国犹太社区增加警力跟安全上的戒备。而事发当时呢，这个邦迪海滩就是在举行这个光明节的活动，这是犹太教的重要的节日，是用来纪念信仰自由跟光明。现场超过有1000人参加，而其中包含有大量的家庭、儿童。活动本来是充满着欢乐跟灯火，但是呢，枪击案发生当下有惊险的一幕曝光。刚也看到了一名白衣男子从后方悄悄的靠近枪手，勇敢的夺枪，并且逼退了嫌犯。过程中他也不幸的中弹送医治疗。而目击者表示说，这名男子不顾自身的安全，把枪口对准了原本对人群开枪的枪手，成功的阻止更多的伤亡。而现场民众看到之后迅速的逃离，有数百人沿着沙滩跑向了周边的街道跟公园。对这起的事件呢，各界也迅速表达的震惊跟哀悼。澳洲总理艾班尼斯亲赴到现场视察，形容说这是国家的黑暗时刻，并且强调政府将会全面的打击反犹太主义，保护犹太社区。同时也表示，警方跟安全单位正在彻底的调查这个父子党的袭击动机。另外呢，以色列总统呢也发表了声 声明谴责事件，并且呼吁国际社会要团结来对抗反犹太主义，并且感谢澳洲政府的迅速行动，确保犹太社区的安全。而另外呢，美国总统川普呢，则是在白宫的招待会上，他公开的哀悼邦迪海滩枪击还有布朗大学枪击案的受害者，指出这是明确的反犹太袭击，并且表示美国将跟澳洲站在一起，支持当地社区应对仇恨跟暴力。好，我们看到呢，在14号下午海滩呢所发生的这起恐怖的攻击事件，那枪手呢持枪对着海滩毫无防备的群众展开无差别的扫射，造成至少有16人死亡，其中包含了2名的警察。我们就来看空拍的画面。
So I must have heard, I don't know, maybe like 40, 50 shots. So we were still unsure what was going on. We just thought maybe it's a false alarm. Maybe it's something about maybe something happening in the party or the market. And then that's when we heard the police and the ambulances. So then we thought, okay, no, this is serious.
好，从这段的空拍的画面可以看到，有2名身穿黑衣的枪手，他们是站在横跨了海滩区域的人行路桥上，不断的向下方扫射，跟警方展开交火。2名枪手接连中枪倒地，有个目击者形容说，他看到了地上有脑浆，形容说这是他看过有史以来心里会有阴影的画面。好，这起枪击案呢是澳洲将近30年来最严重的一场枪支暴力事件。大开杀戒的2名枪手竟然是一对父子档，而雪梨警方搜索了嫌犯的住处，附近的邻居都表示不敢相信。
We noticed them; they come and go every day here, and they never say hello or anything. They just normal. We thought they are normal people. Yeah, we were so shocked to notice that one of the guy who shoot people, they live in here. Yeah.
警方封锁了这栋位在雪梨郊区的住宅，并且在周边拉起了警戒线。而涉案的2名枪手是一对父子，50岁的父亲遭到警方当场的击毙，24岁的儿子身受重伤送医治疗。而目前警方排除第3人涉案的可能，也将枪击事。一起来关注全球现场，在澳洲雪梨著名的邦迪海滩，星期天爆发了反犹太恐攻事件，至少造成有16人死亡，42人受伤。而恐攻发生前，海滩上正在举行犹太人光明节的庆祝活动，有游客就记录下了传出枪响之后的混乱情况。一起来看。看到惊慌奔逃的人群当中，不时传出的哭喊跟尖叫声，而且夹杂着阵阵的枪响。而拍摄影片的是一名以色列游客，大约是2个星期前到了澳洲旅游，没想到却遇到了这场残酷的大规模枪击案件。还好他自己是幸运的逃过一劫。在澳洲所发生的这起大规模的恐攻事件，死亡人数攀升到了16人，另外还有11人目前是命危，多人受伤。事发当下，有一名白衣男子英勇的夺枪，当地州长表示，这是他此生中见过最不可置信的画面。
What are your thoughts on there's a video of a member of the public wrestling one of the guns off one of the offenders?
I think it's the most unbelievable scene I've ever seen. A man walking up to a gunman who had fired on the community and single-handedly disarming him, putting his own life at risk to save the lives of countless other people. That man is a genuine hero, and I've got no doubt that there are many, many people alive tonight as a result of his bravery.
从画面上可以看到，持枪歹徒正在开火射击，后面有个白衣男子从后方的车辆间冲出来，跟枪手发生了激烈的扭打，迅速的夺下了步枪，让目睹的民众都吓到倒抽一口气。而事后，这个白衣男子的表弟证实，那个人就是他的表哥，是水果店老板。表哥在搏斗当中遭到2次的枪击，目前正在医院接受治疗。 好，整个事件我们为您做一个比较明白清楚的整理。来看到呢，澳洲雪梨邦迪海滩在14号傍晚5点左右所发生的这一起震惊了全国的枪击案件。当时这个海滩正在举行犹太社区的光明节活动，有2名父子呢，他们是枪手站在海滩人行路桥跟沙滩附近，拿着长枪向人群冷血的扫射，至少有50颗的子弹，造成了至少有16个人死亡，有42人受伤，而年纪呢是介于10岁到87岁之间。而伤者当中包含了有2名警察，多名是伤势严重。随后呢，警方迅速的到现场，跟枪手爆发了激烈的交火，而50岁的父亲是当场被击毙。事后呢，这个警方调查发现他是拥有合法的枪支许可，他的名下有6支的枪，而在现场也找到了有6支枪。而另外呢，24岁的儿子呢则是重伤送医。目前警方是已经排除有第3名的嫌犯，并且在嫌犯的住处找到了未引爆的炸弹装置。警方把这个事件定调为是针对犹太社群的反犹太主义袭击，并且在全国犹太社区增加警力跟安全上的戒备。而事发当时呢，这个邦迪海滩就是在举行这个光明节的活动，这是犹太教的重要的节日，是用来纪念信仰自由跟光明。现场超过有1000人参加，而其中包含有大量的家庭、儿童。活动本来是充满着欢乐跟灯火，但是呢，枪击案发生当下有惊险的一幕曝光。刚也看到了一名白衣男子从后方悄悄的靠近枪手，勇敢的夺枪，并且逼退了嫌犯。过程中他也不幸的中弹送医治疗。而目击者表示说，这名男子不顾自身的安全，把枪口对准了原本对人群开枪的枪手，成功的阻止更多的伤亡。而现场民众看到之后，迅速的逃离，有数百人沿着沙滩跑向了周边的街道跟公园。对这起的事件呢，各界也迅速表达的震惊跟哀悼。澳洲总理艾班尼斯亲赴到现场视察，形容说这是国家的黑暗时刻，并且强调政府将会全面的打击反犹太主义，保护犹太社区。同时也表示，警方跟安全单位正在彻底的调查这个父子党的袭击动机。另外呢，以色列总统呢也发表了声明，谴责事件，并且呼吁国际社会要团结来对抗反犹太主义，并且感谢澳洲政府的迅速行动，确保犹太社区的安全。而另外呢，美国总统川普呢，则是在白宫的招待会上，他公开的哀悼邦迪海滩枪击还有布朗大学枪击案的受害者，指出这是明确的反犹太袭击，并且表示美国将跟澳洲站在一起，支持当地社区应对仇恨跟暴力。好，我们看到呢，在14号下午海滩呢所发生的这起恐怖的攻击事件，那枪手呢持枪对着海滩毫无防备的群众展开无差别的扫射，造成至少有16人死亡，其中包含了2名的警察。我们就来看空拍的画面。
So I must have heard, I don't know, maybe like 40, 50 shots. So we were still unsure what was going on. We just thought maybe it's a false alarm, maybe it's something about maybe something happening in the party or the market. And then that's when we heard the police and the ambulances, so then we thought, okay, no, this is serious.
好，从这一段的空拍的画面可以看到，有2名身穿黑衣的枪手，他们是站在横跨了海滩区域的人行路桥上，不断的向下方扫射，跟警方展开交火。2名枪手接连中枪倒地。有个目击者形容说，他看到了地上有脑浆，形容说这是他看过有史以来心里会有阴影的画面。好，这起枪击案呢是澳洲将近30年来最严重的一场枪支暴力事件。大开杀戒的2名枪手竟然是一对父子党，而雪梨警方搜索了嫌犯的住处，附近的邻居都表示不敢相信。
We noticed them; they come and go every day, yeah, and they never say hello or anything. They just normal. We thought they are normal people. Yeah, we were so shocked to notice that one of the guy who shoot people, they live in here. Yeah.
警方封锁了这栋位在雪梨郊区的住宅，并且在周边拉起了警戒线。而涉案的2名枪手是一对父子，50岁的父亲遭到警方当场的击毙，24岁的儿子身受重伤送医治疗。而目前警方排除第3人涉案的可能，也将枪击事 一起来关注全球现场，在澳洲雪梨著名的邦迪海滩，星期天爆发了反犹太恐攻事件，至少造成有16人死亡，42人受伤。而恐攻发生前，海滩上正在举行犹太人光明节的庆祝活动，有游客就记录下了传出枪响之后的混乱情况，一起来看。看到惊慌奔逃的人群当中，不时传出的哭喊跟尖叫声，而且夹杂着阵阵的枪响。而拍摄影片的是一名以色列游客，大约是2个星期前到了澳洲旅游，没想到却遇到了这场残酷的大规模枪击案件。还好他自己是幸运的逃过一劫。在澳洲所发生的这起大规模的恐攻事件，死亡人数攀升到了16人，另外还有11人目前是命危，多人受伤。事发当下，有一名白衣男子英勇的夺枪，当地州长表示，这是他此生中见过最不可置信的画面。
What are your thoughts on there's a video of a member of the public wrestling one of the guns?
Unbelievable. I think it's the most unbelievable scene I've ever seen. A man walking up to a gunman who had fired on the community and single-handedly disarming him, putting his own life at risk to save the lives of countless other people. That man is a genuine hero, and I've got no doubt that there are many, many people alive tonight as a result of his bravery.
从画面上可以看到，持枪歹徒正在开火射击，后面有个白衣男子从后方的车辆间冲出来，跟枪手发生了激烈的扭打，迅速的夺下了步枪，让目睹的民众都吓到倒抽一口气。而事后，这个白衣男子的表弟证实，那个人就是他的表哥，是水果店老板。表哥在搏斗当中遭到2次的枪击，目前正在医院接受治疗。好，整个事件我们为您做一个比较明白清楚的整理。来看到呢，澳洲雪梨邦迪海滩在14号傍晚5点左右所发生的这一起震惊了全国的枪击案件。当时这个海滩正在举行犹太社区的光明节活动，有2名父子呢，他们是枪手站在海滩人行路桥跟沙滩附近，拿着长枪向人群冷血的扫射，至少有50颗的子弹，造成了至少有16个人死亡，有42人受伤，而年纪呢是介于10岁到87岁之间。而伤者当中包含了有2名警察，多名是伤势严重。随后呢，警方迅速的到现场，跟枪手爆发了激烈的交火，而50岁的父亲是当场被击毙。事后呢，这个警方调查发现，他是拥有合法的枪支许可，他的名下有6支的枪，而在现场也找到了有6支枪。而另外呢，24岁的儿子呢，则是重伤送医。目前警方是已经排除有第3名的嫌犯，并且在嫌犯的住处找到了未引爆的炸弹装置。警方把这个事件定调为是针对犹太社群的反犹太主义袭击，并且在全国犹太社区增加警力跟安全上的戒备。而事发当时呢，这个邦迪海滩就是在举行这个光明节的活动，这是犹太教的重要的节日，是用来纪念信仰自由跟光明。现场超过有1000人参加，而其中包含有大量的家庭、儿童。活动本来是充满着欢乐跟灯火，但是呢，枪击案发生当下有惊险的一幕曝光。刚也看到了一名白衣男子从后方悄悄的靠近枪手，勇敢的夺枪，并且逼退了嫌犯。过程中他也不幸的中弹送医治疗。而目击者表示说，这名男子不顾自身的安全，把枪口对准了原本对人群开枪的枪手，成功的阻止更多的伤亡。而现场民众看到之后，迅速的逃离，有数百人沿着沙滩跑向了周边的街道跟公园。对这起的事件呢，各界也迅速表达的震惊跟哀悼。澳洲总理艾班尼斯亲赴到现场视察，形容说这是国家的黑暗时刻，并且强调政府将会全面的打击反犹太主义，保护犹太社区。同时也表示，警方跟安全单位正在彻底的调查这个父子党的袭击动机。另外呢，以色列总统呢也发表了声明，谴责事件，并且呼吁国际社会要团结来对抗反犹太主义，并且感谢澳洲政府的 迅速行动，确保犹太社区的安全。而另外呢，美国总统川普呢，则是在白宫的招待会上，他公开的哀悼邦迪海滩枪击，还有布朗大学枪击案的受害者，指出这是明确的反犹太袭击，并且表示美国将跟澳洲站在一起，支持当地社区应对仇恨跟暴力。好，我们看到呢，在14号下午海滩呢所发生的这起恐怖的攻击事件，那枪手呢持枪对着海滩毫无防备的群众展开无差别的扫射。
The person that we detained.
Person from the video that you released last night, is that the person you detained this morning?
At this point, we don't have enough evidence to corroborate that, so no.
You still think that that person from the video, surveillance video, is the suspect that you're looking for?
Yes, Stephanie. What we saw in the video is the person we're looking for. Correct.
I would describe that person as a person of interest. So there are a lot of unknowns in this case, and that's one unknown yet, Steph. That's what we're working towards.
So is it safe to say that you all believe at this point is the suspect behind the shooting, are they still in this community? I know you said there's not danger to this community, but is that person, do you believe they're still here? Have they left the state?
Honestly, we have no way of knowing. And the investigation is ongoing. We continue to follow leads that have been developed over the last day and a half. And we're continuing to ask for help. One of the things that Providence Police will be doing, and we should let our neighbors know, is that we are searching for additional video evidence. And so neighbors in the area of Brown University should expect to see Providence Police in the neighborhood canvassing, looking for additional evidence, specifically looking for additional video evidence. And we are looking for additional video evidence. There's been several questions over the last day and a half about videos at Brown and in the building. The videos at Brown in the building have been examined, and at this time we have no additional actionable information from the video that has been reviewed from the building. And so we are looking for new and additional video evidence, and neighbors in the community should expect to see Providence Police along with our partners, and we're again very grateful for the resources we've received from the state police because of the governor's support and our federal partners, but that is one piece of additional evidence and a way in which this community can help. If you have a camera and you are nearby, the video that was released was the corner of Hope and Waterman Streets. And if you are in that area and you have video, you have home video, Ring camera, security camera, you're a small business owner, please reach out to us. Call that number, 401-272-3121, or if you can upload the video itself, you can do so at fbi.gov/Brown University shooting.
So the FBI director specifically said in his tweet that it was a tip from Providence Police that led you all to Hampton Inn. Can you confirm if that's true, and what exactly was the evidence that led you to this person of interest?
Yeah, so it was there was a tip that came in, just like we would take in any other tips, and that one came in specifically identifying a person of interest, which was this individual. And so we, our detectives got on it, just like they got on others, but in this specific one, it was actually picked up by the FBI, and they followed through with it, and they ended up coming and locating this individual of interest, and at that point, we did our thorough investigation, examined, ended up drafting some search warrants, came up with some evidence, but that evidence was examined, and we didn't have enough, obviously, to be able to prosecute anybody, and so the person was released. Go ahead, Tom.
Actually, a question for the Attorney General. What is the standard in the state of Rhode Island for detaining someone before they are charged? How long are you allowed to do that? And I guess ultimately, if this individual who was detained is not found to have been part of this, will the Attorney General's office or the state of Rhode Island exonerate him in writing?
Well, Pat, what the case law tells us is that we can detain someone for a reasonable period of time if there is evidence such that points to that person being involved in criminal activity. And so, evidence doesn't appear on your doorstep and you have answers to it within the first 15 minutes. So let me just paint what I hope will be a clear picture. There's obviously evidence at the scene. That evidence at the scene may link to a particular individual. So when you have a person of interest, you try to link the evidence at the scene to that person of interest. Well, that takes time. That requires testing. Some of that lab testing can take an entire day. So over the course of the day, while we're following up leads elsewhere, those initial leads may come back positive or may come back negative. Here they came back negative, so we're in a position where we are now going to release that person of interest. But that's the way these investigations work. This isn't. Well, look, Pat. I'm not going to get into exonerating people in writing or orally or otherwise. There was a quantum of evidence. There was a quantum of evidence which justified detaining this person as a person of interest. We continue to do our job. We're going to keep doing that. There may be other persons of interest. Hopefully they will be in custody or detention very soon.
About the weapons, there were multiple reports describing weapons that were found at the scene. Can you say whether or not there were weapons recovered at the scene, and does that describe the evidence that you described that may have linked to the person?
Listen, I am not going to, and I'm not going to. I can't imagine the chief would either. Is to lay out directly what evidence is at the scene. But what I'm telling you is, at any crime scene, there is evidence that links the perpetrator to the crime. When you have a person of interest, you try to link them to that particular evidence or her to that evidence. It could be all kinds of evidence, Steph. It could be fingerprint evidence. It could be ballistic evidence. It could be DNA. It could be a whole host of things.
Can you explain exactly what eliminated him?
I'm not going to get into that.
I know it's safe to say that the FBI is here tonight. Can you tell us more about the role? I know it's been emphasized that Providence Police will be the head here.
Yeah.
Kind of the role and what that looks like.
Well, look, in a situation like this, and I go back to the double homicide of Amy Shute and Jason Burgess 25 years ago. It's all hands on deck to try to canvass locations, look at electronic evidence, identify witnesses, track those witnesses down. So every agency brings something else to the table. State police certainly bring something to the table. But ultimately, this is Providence's case, and they are the lead here, and they have the most boots on the ground to do most of the work that needs to get done.
I think this person was detained for hours on end today. Can you talk about what happened during those hours-long detention? Were they questioned that entire time? What did that look like when this person of interest was detained?
Yeah, well, again, I'm not going to get into the details of that, but what I will say is over the period of time that a person of interest is detained, again, you try to develop evidence to bring potential charges against that person. And if you can't develop that evidence, then you release them. That happens plenty of times in the course of our criminal justice system here and everywhere else. So while that was being done, Providence and our law enforcement partners continue to work other leads. That work continues now, and we'll pick it up again in the morning and keep going.
We know that there's hundreds of cameras on Brown University's campus. Are you all utilizing that footage as well in this investigation, or was that 10-second clip released yesterday? Is that all we have of this suspect?
That was the video evidence that was deemed most useful at the time to try to apprehend a suspect.
Mayor Smiley, you mentioned the video as well. Can you explain exactly what made other videos, I guess, not as helpful? Because there were other, can you explain, I guess, what videos have you guys been able to look through, and what made those videos not as helpful to the public? Because I imagine at this point in the game, anything can be useful, so why not release what we have?
So because the investigation is ongoing and it may end up later being useful to then connect a dot, we're not going to release information that might be used at a future point in this investigation. But because the question has come up many times in our previous briefings, I wanted to be clear, because it seemed like there was this unanswered question of or concern that perhaps the video evidence inside available from Brown had not yet been reviewed. It has been reviewed. And as the General pointed out, the video that was shared to the public yesterday, I think it was yesterday, is the most useful video that we have at this time that can be shared with the public for the purposes of helping identify an individual.
I think that's understandable, but if there is, I guess, video evidence that you guys have that will be helpful for the investigation or further cases, but could also someone in the public could see that and know exactly who that person is, I guess, how do you manage that when we are now, more than 24 hours out?
If we had that video, you'd have it.
So
obviously, if there was a piece of video where we could show you a face and say this is our person of interest or suspect, you'd have it. So we're releasing video evidence that helps solve that problem and answer that question. Not all of the evidence, other video that may be something useful in a prosecution down the road.
These kids were sitting in a classroom. What are you telling people now that we don't have a suspect in custody? Right? Should we be concerned? Should we be staying inside? What do you want the public to know?
So this is a similar situation to where we found ourselves yesterday morning, which is we spent that first night and appreciated the shelter in place allowed Providence Police and our partners the freedom to move more quickly, to gather evidence, to work a complex crime scene. That first chapter of this investigation has concluded, and so when we lifted the shelter in place earlier, it was because we felt that it was an appropriate time to do so. All we had in custody was a person of interest, or in detention was a person of interest. But that was not the reason that the shelter in place was lifted. The reason the shelter in place was lifted is because, again, since the initial call came in at 4:05 a day and a half ago, we have not received a single additional specific threat to the Brown community, to the Providence community, to the Rhode Island community. And so police had and appreciated the flexibility and to have fewer people on the streets to be able to do their job. And there is no reason that we are not recommending at this time a new shelter in place. We do not feel it is necessary. As I mentioned at the outset, in order to provide an enhanced sense of safety, you will see an enhanced law enforcement presence in Providence and on the Brown campus. But that is so that people can have the confidence and comfort to still take their kids to school tomorrow, to if Brown's canceled classes for the rest of the semester, but we know some kids are still making travel arrangements to head home, to do so calmly, safely, and we want to provide that extra comfort with an enhanced law enforcement presence.
Perez, we're seeing there's some reports coming in right now about shots potentially fired near the main brain, is currently in Rockefeller Library. Is there any validity to that, or are those false reports on social media?
So the call just came in just now?
That's what we're seeing.
Yeah, so at this point, obviously, we'll be responding, but it's too early to tell if that's actually inaccurate. A lot of times those calls come in and they're not confirmable, but we'll check on that. Yeah.
Do you see daily updates moving forward on this? What can we expect?
Yeah, we can expect, obviously, our police presence. You can expect the police department continuing to follow leads. You can expect what the general and the mayor has stated, working with different of our federal partners. And you can expect that we're going to work extremely hard to bring that person that's responsible for these acts to justice.
And yes, we will expect to brief regularly going forward. It's hard for me to say what that frequency will be, but the community deserves to know the progress that we're making in this investigation, and we will share that progress. And from time to time, if there is no update, we will come up and say there is no update. I'm sure that I was asked many times this morning if the Providence community should breathe a sigh of relief, and I said they should. I imagine that the Providence community feels a little bit more anxious right now than they did an hour ago, and I understand that. And so we will provide regular updates going forward so that we can be as honest and transparent as we can be through this process, because that is the best way for our community to trust the officials and law enforcement officers who are working really hard on their behalf right now.
Attorney General, I'd ask you respectfully, well, first of all, let me claim that most of the people in this room are familiar with the implications for ruling evidence. We understand the complexity of police investigation and the need to maintain the integrity of those. But the question that we continually receive from Rhode Islanders is that in a state where somehow, if you have a speeding ticket and a flock camera or some other speeding camera can capture you, how you can have a position where there's hundreds of cameras in that immediate area, maybe thousands, in fact, I'd love to know how many. How is it possible not to have any other evidence surrounding this? And these are ordinary Rhode Islanders quite frankly, some of them are terrifying.
Well, look, there just weren't a lot of cameras in that brown building. Is the reality? It's, you know, both of my kids were engineering students and were in that library a lot, class of 19 and class of 22. The reality is it's an old building attached to a new one. So there just isn't, Pat. I don't know what to tell you, but we're going to go out and find whatever evidence we can to solve this case as quickly as we can. I mean, we're not holding back video that we think would be useful. And I don't think I should even have to say it.
If I could clarify, General, there's a difference between you don't have enough evidence to charge someone and clearing them of any suspicion. Are you clearing this gentleman of any suspicion?
Yeah, look, I think it's fair to say that there is no basis to consider him a person of interest. So that's why he's being released. You know, we still have a lot of steps left to take, obviously, in this case. You know, again, I've seen enough. After 30 years in law enforcement, there have been a lot of twists and a lot of roads that I've walked down. And so I'm not here to predict anything other than I saw in the command post in the 6 or 7 hours I spent there last night, 50 Providence police officers working really hard. And they continue to work really hard to solve this case, along with a bunch of prosecutors, federal agents, colonels, good people on the state police. And I know that's going to continue. That our prosecutors are embedded with these detectives and agents, and we're going to solve this case. I can't tell you what direction it's going to take right now, but we're going to solve it.
What happens next as far as the investigation once you finally
There's a ton of things that happen next. And so I don't want to get into all those things because obviously we have a murderer out there, frankly. And so we're not going to give away the game plan. But the fact of the matter is that law enforcement has the tools necessary to solve this case. But we're 36 hours out. So, you know, it can never be too fast, particularly for the victims and their families and parents. But sometimes investigations take a little bit of time. Sometimes it's not as easy as having a photograph of the person that we can just give to you to help us find that person. But I know the team's going to work hard and we're going to solve it.
You mentioned all the tips that have come in. How difficult does it become given the amount of time since this case happened in terms of the scope of the investigation? Obviously, this person could be anywhere.
Yeah, we follow on every single tips, and that's what's important to be able to collaborate with different agencies, municipalities, different federal partners, and it's important to have it's all hands on deck, and we follow on every single one, and that's what occurred in this specific incident. We follow up on a lead. There's nothing, we got to lift every rock, and the reason for that is to make sure that to realize if it's valid or not, to rule things out, and to make sure that we verify whatever's coming our way. To your call earlier, it was unfounded. There was actually several cars responded, and there was nothing located. So.
That'll be it for questions tonight. Those are all the updates that we have to share this evening. We will stay in touch for the next briefing and be sure to keep you posted. Future briefings will be at this location, so you can plan accordingly. Thank you.
Thanks, Oscar. Well done. Aaron, thank you. Good to see you. Just connecting with these guys.
Is he released past tense or you're releasing him shortly?
Past tense, yeah.
No.
That's good.
No worries at all.
Hey, Chief, thank you for following up on that, sir.
Yeah, no
Appreciate it.
problem.
Yeah, we just leave all in CNN. We saw those. We saw those reports. We had to get it.
Yeah, no, sorry, guys. They're all watching. So they're texting me.
Okay, yeah, we were saying something about the library, police there.
Tony Prospect, that's what they call him. Tony Prospect.
A lot of these.
Pulse like down. Yeah.
All right, sounds good. I'm going to dial in right now. 造成至少有16人死亡，其中包含了2名的警察。我们就来看空拍的画面。
So I must have heard, I don't know, maybe like 40, 50 shots. So we were still unsure what was going on. We just thought maybe it's a false alarm. Maybe it's something about, maybe something happening in the party or the market. And then that's when we heard the police and the ambulances. So then we thought, okay, no, this is serious.
好，从这段的空拍的画面可以看到，有2名身穿黑衣的枪手，他们是站在横跨了海滩区域的人行路桥上，不断的向下方扫射，跟警方展开交火。2名枪手接连中 这个中枪倒地，有个目击者形容说，他看到了地上有脑浆，形容说这是他看过有史以来心里会有阴影的画面。好，这起枪击案呢是澳洲将近30年来最严重的一场枪支暴力事件，大开杀戒的2名枪手竟然是一对父子档。而雪梨警方搜索了嫌犯的住处，附近的邻居都表示不敢相信。
We noticed them, they come and go every day here, and they never say hello or anything. They just normal. We thought they are normal people. Yeah, we were so shocked to notice that one of the guy who shoot people, they live in here. Yeah.
警方封锁了这栋位在雪梨郊区的住宅，并且在周边拉起了警戒线。而涉案的2名枪手是一对父子，50岁的父亲遭到警方当场的击毙，24岁的儿子身受重伤送医治疗。而目前警方排除第3人涉案的可能，也将枪击事。一起来关注全球现场，在澳洲雪梨著名的邦迪海滩，星期天爆发了反犹太恐攻事件，至少造成有16人死亡，42人受伤。而恐攻发生前，海滩上正在举行犹太人光明节的庆祝活动，有游客就记录下了传出枪响之后的混乱情况，一起来看。看到惊慌奔逃的人群当中，不时传出的哭喊跟尖叫声，而且夹杂着阵阵的枪响。而拍摄影片的是一名以色列游客，大约是2个星期前到了澳洲旅游，没想到却遇到了这场残酷的大规模枪击案件。还好他自己是幸运的逃过一劫。在澳洲所发生的这起大规模的恐攻事件，死亡人数攀升到了16人，另外还有11人目前是命危，多人受伤。事发当下，有一名白衣男子英勇的夺枪，当地州长表示，这是他此生中见过最不可置信的画面。
What are your thoughts on there's a video of a member of the public wrestling one of the guns?
Unbelievable. I think it's the most unbelievable scene I've ever seen. A man walking up to a gunman who had fired on the community and single-handedly disarming him, putting his own life at risk to save the lives of countless other people. That man is a genuine hero, and I've got no doubt that there are many, many people alive tonight as a result of his bravery.
从画面上可以看到，持枪歹徒正在开火射击，后面有个白衣男子从后方的车辆间冲出来，跟枪手发生了激烈的扭打，迅速的夺下了步枪，让目睹的民众都吓到倒抽一口气。而事后，这个白衣男子的表弟证实，那个人就是他的表哥，是水果店老板。表哥在搏斗当中遭到2次的枪击，目前正在医院接受治疗。好，整个事件我们为您做一个比较明白清楚的整理。来看到呢，澳洲雪梨邦迪海滩在14号傍晚5点左右所发生的这一起震惊了全国的枪击案件。当时这个海滩正在举行犹太社区的光明节活动，有2名父子呢，他们是枪手站在海滩人行路桥跟沙滩附近，拿着长枪向人群冷血的扫射，至少有50颗的子弹，造成了至少有16个人死亡，有42人受伤，而年纪呢是介于10岁到87岁之间。而伤者当中包含了有2名警察，多名是伤势严重。随后呢，警方迅速的到现场，跟枪手爆发了激烈的交火，而50岁的父亲是当场被击毙。事后呢，这个警方调查发现，他是拥有合法的枪支许可，他的名下有6支的枪，而在现场也找到了有6支枪。而另外呢，24岁的儿子呢，则是重伤送医。目前警方是已经排除有第3名的嫌犯，并且在嫌犯的住处找到了未引爆的炸弹装置。警方把这个事件定调为是针对犹太社群的反犹太主义袭击，并且在全国犹太社区增加警力跟安全上的戒备。而事发当时呢，这个邦迪海滩就是在举行这个光明节的活动，这是犹太教的重要的节日，是用来纪念信仰自由跟光明。现场超过有1000人参加，而其中包含有大量的家 家庭、儿童。活动本来是充满着欢乐跟灯火，但是呢，枪击案发生当下有惊险的一幕曝光。刚也看到了一名白衣男子从后方悄悄地靠近枪手，勇敢地夺枪，并且逼退了嫌犯。过程中他也不幸的中弹送医治疗。而目击者表示说，这名男子不顾自身的安全，把枪口对准了原本对人群开枪的枪手，成功的阻止更多的伤亡。而现场民众看到之后，迅速的逃离，有数百人沿着沙滩跑向了周边的街道跟公园。对这起的事件呢，各界也迅速表达的震惊跟哀悼。澳洲总理艾班尼斯亲赴到现场视察，形容说这是国家的黑暗时刻，并且强调政府将会全面的打击反犹太主义，保护犹太社区。同时也表示，警方跟安全单位正在彻底的调查这个父子党的袭击动机。另外呢，以色列总统呢也发表了声明，谴责事件，并且呼吁国际社会要团结来对抗反犹太主义，并且感谢澳洲政府的迅速行动，确保犹太社区的安全。而另外呢，美国总统川普呢，则是在白宫的招待会上，他公开的哀悼邦迪海滩枪击还有布朗大学枪击案的受害者，指出这是明确的反犹太袭击，并且表示美国将跟澳洲站在一起，支持当地社区应对仇恨跟暴力。好，我们看到呢，在14号下午海滩呢所发生的这起恐怖的攻击事件，那枪手呢持枪对着海滩毫无防备的群众展开无差别的扫射，造成至少有16人死亡，其中包含了2名的警察。我们就来看空拍的画面。
So I must have heard, I don't know, maybe like 40, 50 shots. So we were still unsure what was going on. We just thought.
They're already our friends. We have to mobilize our friends around this great country to say to our politicians at a state, federal, and local level, if you do not stand with Israel, if you do not push back jihadist Islam, and if you do not protect the Jewish community of this country, you will not be elected in this country. That this battle would be won quickly. But this is a country and a culture and a civilization that generations past have laid their lives down for. And last night, the Jewish community paid in blood for the policy decisions that have been made in this country. And that is not acceptable. So together, we will link arms, we will join hearts, and we will build an Australia where everybody is safe and free. And I want to say to you, on behalf of the Christian community, we are with you and we will lead this fight for you. I'm Israel Pai.
我是主播周玉琴。很多的朋友告诉我们，太阳星全效克菲尔益生菌帮助了睡眠品质。原版的太阳星全效克菲尔益生菌，它添加有超级食物羽衣甘蓝，健康再加分。而有睡眠困扰的朋友们，赶快选择蓝色包装这一款晚安加强版，绝对是更有感。每日克菲尔，时刻美好 ，Good Feel Good。请上快点购为健康下单，而且要记得输入推荐代码，有额外的折扣优惠。太阳星全效克菲尔益生菌基础版、晚安加强版，新包装改版，内容不变，抽取更方便。要吃就吃最好的。